Même cette fois, quel que soit le village, quel que soit le truc, je vous le promets. Même cette fois, quel que soit le village, quel que soit le truc, je vous le promets. Donc nous allons faire une nouvelle partie. On va prendre Zoria, déesse de la guerre.
Thea, I am but a messenger. Yes.
Ah ben voilà un petit village sympathique. Ah, il y avait plein de ressources. C'est tout ce que je demandais. Donc, on va faire ça correctement les amis, hein. Oh, bonsoir, une rentrée de live où donc on va se réattaquer à Thea the Awakening, mais cette fois-ci complètement et de manière intelligente et complète. Donc voilà, c'est notre village, c'est Ostaya. Alors on a plein de belles ressources, vous voyez, on a plein de ressources, on a de la bouffe, on a des fruits. Ah mais on n'a pas de légumes. Ah c'est la merde. Attendez, je peux nourrir mon peuple avec ça? Ok, on peut nourrir notre peuple avec des fruits, très bien. Très bien, très bien, très bien. Bon, il nous faut quelqu'un pour cueillir du bois. Parfait, il fait le café. Il faut quelqu'un pour cueillir tes fruits. Il fait pas le café, il casse les couilles. Ah, pas le choix malheureusement. Donc voilà. Donc, maintenant notre groupe d'expédition que j'envoie à la tour de Connard.
Theodore welcomes you. Events such as meeting me. Many events will.
Ça a l'air bien ça.
You stumble across some ruins of an old. One
Ah.
of many buildings you tirelessly searched through contains a closed stash. It takes you almost an hour to open it, but luckily it's not empty.
Un tel nombre de bâtons. Vous trouvez sur les quelques ruines d'une ancienne cité engloutie dans la brume mystérieuse recherchée. Donc on fouille les ruines et on chope ça. Très bien. C'est pas ouf, hein, mais... Alors cette fois-ci, on va faire les choses intelligemment. Donc, on va faire une forge pour commencer. Ah, vous avez été jours pour assembler, ça c'est bien. Ah ouais, d'accord, mais vous êtes des quiches. Ah non, oubliez ça, vous êtes trop mauvais. Alors, le village, comment il se porte? La production se porte bien, tant mieux. Ça peut être très bien d'avoir ça. On va monter la tente, hein. Écoutez, je vous dis. Alors, nouveau tour. Tac. Vivement qu'on doit faire de belles constructions. Alors, tac.
You stumble across some ruins.
Allez, on
You
recherche.
open one of the buildings. A strange-looking stone and metal.
Ah, on se fait attaquer par un putain de squelette de merde. Ok. Combat! Vas-y, mon gros bourrin. Oh, j'aime pas ça. Ça va, il est embrouillé. C'est risqué ce que je suis en train de faire parce qu'elle est pas fait pour le combat, elle. Alors, on embrouille. Nice. Le squelette est mort. Saloperie. On embrouille. Là, le rat, il est mort, mais 15 fois, quoi.
You search the buildings and discover a supplies store still intact. Ok. La production de bouffe se fait. C'est très bien. Tiens, est-ce que j'ai des gamins dans dans mes réserves? Ah, j'ai 4 gosses, ça c'est très bien. Ah ouais, d'accord, tu peux même pas porter ça, quoi. Ah, ça tu peux. Ah, il y a tes légumes là, parfait. Je vais laisser reposer, hein. Je préfère qu'il soit en forme.
Ah putain, ça peut être ultra intéressant. Attendez. C'est quel gémeux ensemblement qui galère à rassembler les fruits? C'est le PP. Ok, on va équiper PP. Ok, on voit que PP il galère un peu, hein. Ah, voilà, là PP il va être productif, là, avec ses outils. Mhm. Du cuir. Cuir. Et encore du cuir. Allez, ma belle, tu vas nous faire ça. Ok, pas toi. Toi, tu vas nous faire ça. Et comment elle se passe l'expédition, là? Ah, ils sont remis d'aplomb. Parfait.
You find the boars Theodore told you about. There is only a couple, so it should not be too hard. However, instead of a straight fight, you can try to do a proper hunt. If you have the right skills, that is. Or better yet, you can go all native on these beasties and wrestle them to the ground. Not an easy option, that one.
On va se battre contre tes sangliers de merde. Cool, on a gagné.
You have slaughtered the boars, and you are able to salvage much usable stuff from them. The downside to choosing combat is that your people may get wounds, and with heavy wounds they will risk death every turn until they heal once more.
Ouais, parlons de mon groupe, a pris bien cher dans sa gueule. Ah ok, merci pour l'info Dark. Mais là, je suis vraiment à fond sur mon jeu là. Parce que vraiment, il est plaisant. Ça fait plaisir. Alors lui. Ah, il est toujours en train de crever. Alors voyons voir, ils en sont dans mon village. Parce que normalement, la production, ça doit être cartonné maintenant. Je dois être pété de thunes. Alors, toi, tu es équipé. Toi, papy. Porte une armure, s'il te plaît. Fais pas de la mer, papy. Alors, on va pas monter une nouvelle expédition. On se calme. On va continuer à produire. Bon, est-ce que tout le monde a de l'armure? Oui, oui, non. Non, il me faut encore 2 armures. Ok. Ça a l'air bien ça. Alors ma belle, pourrais-tu me faire ça s'il te plaît? Ah, il te faudra 3 jours quand même pour faire ça. Enfin, 3 heures. Très bien. Comment ça se passe dans mon expédition là? Comment va mon blessé? Ah, il est pas encore bien remis de ses blessures, hein, putain. Alors, on va attendre 4 tours avant de le ramener à la maison, histoire qu'il soit full PV. Parce que là, si je le ramène là maintenant, si je l'oblige à prendre le voyage maintenant, il va me crever dans les pattes ce con. Putain d'enfoiré de merde. Alors. Ah, elle a déjà fini. Très bien ça. Il faut s'équiper cette gueuse. Aïe, mon expédition a presque plus de bouffe en plus. Bon, bah dans le village ça va, il déborde de bouffe, hein. C'est pas ça qui manque. Alors comment il va le blesser? Ah, mais il est presque remis. Ça t'apprendra à partir faire le con, aventurier de merde. C'est un peu ça, la vie d'aventurier. Ce jeu, il est trop bien. Putain, c'est que je m'éclate. Ah, j'ai un point de truc à débloquer. On va débloquer encore un bâtiment, hein. Ah, par contre, mon expédition, faut qu'elle revienne. Elle peut plus se permettre de rester là à rien foutre. Bon, il est dans quel état mon blessé là? Bon, il est pas folichon, mais bon. Bon, et on va dire à ces pecnos de se ramener ici et de bosser un peu le temps qu'ils récupèrent de la santé, de construire un peu aussi parce qu'on a quand même cumulé beaucoup. Bon, ça serait con de pas en profiter. Donc la PP, maintenant qu'il a un outil, il fait le café. Ah d'accord, t'es inutile ma fille. Tu es complètement inutile. Maintenant on le sait. Ah là on peut construire tes choses. Parfait. Alors on peut faire un pâturage. C'est une très bonne idée ça. Tac. 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 Ah ouais par contre c'est lourd. C'est très très gourmand. Mais en attendant, ça peut faire vraiment le café quoi. Tac. Tac. Bon bah on va faire comme ça. Histoire de pouvoir choper de la ressource. Et si je les mets... Ouais, même pas deux. Quoi. Ils servent à rien. Ils servent à rien à ce niveau-là. Donc j'ai 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ok, j'ai 5 guerriers et 5 artisans. Très bien. Le village est équilibré. On est ma construction. Il va te falloir un peu de temps. Mais au moins c'est bien. Avec ça, on va pouvoir produire de la viande. Oh putain, il y a tes saloperies qui vont attaquer mon village. Elles vont oser, ces merdes. Ok. Ok. Ah. Et quoi, je peux pas le désosser, ça? Vous allez me dire désosser une massue, ça va pas servir à grand chose, mais bon. Parce que là, ces saloperies-là, elles vont m'attaquer à coup sûr. Ah, j'ai pas assez de bois pour faire la forge. D'accord. Et la fontaine? Ah, il me faut de la ficelle. Putain, ils ont quand même du culot de m'attaquer, ces salopards. Et allez, on l'embrouille en plus, comme ça, on va bien lui casser les couilles. On va l'embrouiller le plus faible. Et après, c'est très simple, on chie notre main. On lui balance tout ce qu'on a. En même temps, courageux les bestioles, hein, de venir jusqu'ici m'affronter, hein. Alors on va tout prendre parce que là, vu que de toute manière j'ai quasiment pas de ressources en fait, on va pas se mentir, c'est pas forcément l'idée du siècle de jouer au con quoi. On va continuer à rassembler du bois. Ah voilà, on peut faire la forge. Bon, en tout cas, on consomme bien. Par contre, on a cramé tous nos stocks de bois, quoi. Tout notre bois y est passé. Mais heureusement, il se renouvelle très très vite. Il faudrait de la ficelle. Et on n'a qu'une ressource qui fait ça. Eh ben... Au moins dans tout ça on manque pas de bouffe, hein. Putain.
An unexpected visitor, Theodore, arrives at your...
Ah, that's the spirit.
I know some, but I do not hold. There have been those who sought to
Ok, il y a un truc qui se passe là-bas. Donc il va être temps de monter une expédition. Je vais juste attendre le lendemain. Comme ça, je fais masse ressources.
A small group of travelers passes by your village. You exchange basic supplies and talk. Because of your kindness, they tell you of a herbalist
Ça,
living
c'est
in
tout
a
de l'herboriste. Allez, on prend. Là, je vais attendre le matin, parce que la nuit, ils sont plus forts, les monstres, je pense. On se fait attaquer. On va les embrouiller, hein, les deux connards. Bien joué. Ils vont prendre cher. Question, ça me donne combien de ficelles ça? As-tu faire de l'ambre? Voir si tu bois. Ah bah on va tout prendre hein, parce que en soi je m'en fous un peu de ces merdes là.
It is time for the Night of the Goat, a feast in honor and reverence. You set a table with food and drink, set bonfires in a circle, and begin
Oh là, attendez.
festivities. But this night, the Ziadi actually appear before you. One, an elder bearded man, speaks with a heavy, coarse voice. You have done us proud, grandchildren. Now we shall cleanse you of any curses you carry, and if your souls are ever burdened by the filth of dark magic, come to a city we once called home and seek us out. And if you prove yourselves worthy, you may be cleansed once more. The Ziadi all nod in agreement, then disappear.
Après, je pourrais peut-être regarder pour équiper tout le monde. Ça, c'est vrai. Tu fais chier. Tu fais chier. Ah, et même ça, elle est pas foutue de le mettre, quoi. Elles portent toutes les deux de la merde, quoi. Très bien, très bien, très bien. Par contre, putain, il me faudrait vraiment de la ficelle. Avec de la ficelle. Et je pourrais construire une fontaine. Je vais pouvoir envoyer mes braves au combat. Voilà, avec ça, ils ont de quoi faire. Voilà, je pense qu'avec ça, ils sont pas dégueulasses. Et toi, cette expédition? Bon, ça devrait bien se passer.
You find the solitary hut of the herbalist. It is a...
Yes, indeed I can, but I haven't survived as long as I have by running a charity. If you wish to be healed, you will do me a favour. Beware, for healing wounds I require food and wood as payment, as well as a favour. But I am warning you, even if you fail the favour, Oh, wouldn't you like to know, eh? Well, I am useful for one. What's the point of killing a healer? Better to have them help you and all that. But, of course, there may be those who try to force my hand. Let us just say that not everything is as it seems. I seem human to you, yet my...
Putain, je l'ai fait pas monter le camp. Ah putain. Les morts-vivants vont nous attaquer, bande de salauds. Bande de trous du cul.
Your dreams were haunted by the image of the morning star, wielding her diamond axe and fighting the evening star. Zoria's internal conflict ends in your dreams when a dreadful beast devours them both. You wake with clarity in your minds. It is...
Ah ouais, d'accord. Bon bah une chose à la fois, hein.
Thea is not an easy place to grow up in, but alas, grow up we must. One of your children has matured into a young adult and is ready to join your village and rebuild Thea.
On va en faire un guerrier.
Becoming an adult is an important rite of passage. The whole village celebrates this joyous occasion. The youngster places a food offering at the altars of their gods, in thanks and in hopes for a good future.
C'est une bonne nouvelle, le village sera beaucoup moins sans défense. Tellement on peut crafter avec ça, tiens. Il est temps de monter une expédition, hein. Donc je veux 4 guerriers. Une médecin. Et un mec un peu cultivé quand même. Alors avec ça. Alors la nouvelle. Qui est à poil. Bon, c'est pas ouf, mais au moins... elle servira un peu.
You stumble across some ruins of an old city.
Allez.
You open one of the buildings. A
Ah,
strange...
on s'est attaqué par tes squelettes. Très bien. Allez, ni venu ni je t'embrouille. pour l'embrouille. Ah, ça va bien se passer. Ah, la nouvelle se fait un peu tabasser.
You search the buildings and discover a supplies store still
Wow.
intact.
Oh, oh, de l'or. C'est quoi ça? C'est intéressant. On va continuer à les garder en soin, les bestiaux. Hein. Ah bah nickel, ils sont déjà tous... Oh, tous retapés.
You enter the ruins of an old town, although you only know this because the Ziadi do not turn to you, but one speaks.
Grandchildren have come. Our help they seek, but are they too weak?
Another speaks up.
They come for aid, but rules have to be laid. We take our food that will change our mood.
A wicker basket appears before you, and you know these forefathers will not speak to you more unless you feed. You find the skeletal remains of a person, most
Trouvez
likely
les
an
restes du
elf,
squelette d'une
as the
personne
bones have a
probablement un
slight
elfe.
silver tinge and are much lighter than any other humanoid bones you know. On the body, you discover a scroll that unrolls as soon as you touch it. There is a smell of burning wood in the air, and the scroll itself seems to be warm to the touch. You tried to throw it away, and yet it remains in your hands. You feel drawn to the letters as they now seem to dance in red flames. You feel you should encourage your people to read this one. And so the cosmic trees stood in flames, and with it, the world burned alike. For as the canopy burned, so did the skies turn red, and the heavens were no more. As the core burned, the earth scorched, fields turned to ash, and Thea became a wasteland. Finally, as the roots burned, so did the gates to the underworld, and thus the souls of the dead could find no refuge, no peace, no purpose. You see some notes scribbled on the side of the scroll. Note 1 is written in a beautiful style, impeccable, neat, and very distinct. It reads, "And so our duty failed. Did we fail our charges? Did we abandon them too soon? Or were we never supposed to do so in the first place? Should we have guarded the sacred pillars more vigorously? I must go to the evergreen grove and find out."
Ok, pas mal. Pas mal, pas mal, pas mal.
Thea is not an easy place to grow up in, but alas, grow up we must. One of your children has matured into a young adult and is ready to join your village and rebuild Thea.
On a fait un guerrier, là on va faire un médecin.
Becoming an adult is an important rite of passage. The whole village celebrates this joyous occasion. The youngster places a food offering at the altars of their gods, in thanks and in hopes for a good future.
Parce que mine de rien, c'est pas totalement débile d'avoir un bon gosse avec nous, quoi. Oh, qu'est-ce que c'est de ça? Ah ouais, d'accord, c'est pas de la merde. Attendez. On a déjà pas la forge? Ah si, on a déjà une forge. Donc là, ce qui serait bien, c'est faire une tour de guet. Ah, ça change rien du tout en fait. Ah d'accord, t'es une brêle en construction, toi. Vous êtes tous des brêles en construction.
You hear rumors of a band of robbers
Ah,
setting up camp in the area. Some of your food stocks and supplies have gone missing over the weeks, and there are talks of the bandits getting more and more violent. Your scouts set out to track the bandits, but it seems they're hiding their safe house well. Luckily, you have some skilled scouts to help out.
ah, ils m'ont volé ces fils de pute. Ah bah ils sont courageux.
You discover tracks leading into an old mine shaft, long exploited and unused, thus a perfect site for a hideout. Your scouts mark this place on the map.
Je propose qu'on aille leur casser la gueule parce que ces fils de pute ils m'ont volé. On prend elle. Ah d'accord, j'ai compris l'idée.
You track down the bandit hideout, situated in an old mine shaft. There is a dark. You go down the tunnel, and soon you hear the bandits in the distance. From the sounds of it, they're having a party, so it is a good opportunity to strike them down. You sneak up on the bandits with your weapons drawn, and you catch them unawares. Some have weapons on them, but you're certainly in the better position.
J'aurais dû leur niquer leur race. Oh, c'est pas vrai, j'ai gagné. Ha! Ah, trop bien, j'ai gagné.
The bandits look around and measure their chances. Their captain finally speaks up.
All right then, you win. We don't have your stuff anymore, but we'll give you some of what we do have. Deal?
Ah bien. Alors, vous avez gagné. Nous avons besoin de votre truc, mais nous allons vous donner un peu de ce que nous avons. Non. Désolé, hein, mais je leur ai donné une chance de me rendre ce qu'ils m'avaient volé. Ils ont pas voulu. Bah ok, on les trucide. Moi, s'il y a de ça pour leur faire plaisir, je leur donne la raclée, moi. Hein. Ouais, il a l'air méchant, lui. Allez, ni une ni deux, je t'embrouille.
You defeat the bandits. Their lair stands ready for
Allez pas me
looting.
casser les couilles.
You search the back room and find a cage with a lone, starving wolf inside. Luckily, one of you knows a thing or two about animals, and so they're able to tame the creature and take it with you.
Cool. J'ai gagné un putain de loup. Y'a pas tant de faut que je monte le camp. Il faut que mon guerrier récupère quoi. Par contre trop bien quoi, j'ai gagné un loup. Ah merde, les morts-vivants vont attaquer mon village. C'est pas le bon moment. Il faudra vraiment que je trouve de cette putain de ficelle. Cool. Toute mon expédition est remise sur pied. Faut que je les renvoie au village. Tout sera à base de fruits dans mon village. Tout à base de fruits. Oh, ils font quoi ces pégus là? Voilà, ils ont compris que mon village...
Thea is not an easy place to grow up in, but alas, grow up we must. One of your children has matured into a young adult and is ready to join your village and rebuild Thea.
Attends, on a quoi pour le moment? Parce que... Donc... J'ai 6 guerriers. 2 builders. Allez, c'est bon, on va en faire...
Becoming an adult is an important rite of passage.
Oh mais ils sont sérieux là, les morts vivants là. Ça barrez-vous, mais barrez-vous loin de chez moi. Alors, on prend d'office une soigneuse, ça c'est clair et net. On prend le loup. On prend une crafteuse. Et on prend 4 guerriers, ça sera très bien. Ah, je peux pas prendre plus que ça pour faire une expédition. Ah, bon bah on laisse un loup et on prend ça. Ah ouais, c'est vrai, il leur faut tes provisions, ah c'est ça qu'à foutre. Ok. Ah bon, d'accord. Voilà, là j'ai un bon gros guerrier avec un bon putain de bouclier de ouf. Prends ça, vieux crasseux. Et ça aussi, ça te servira dans ta vie de merde. Ah d'accord, ce mec là il a même pas de spécialité bot quoi.
You stumble across some ruins. You search the ruins and find an interesting building to explore.
Ah super, on se fait attaquer par de la saloperie aquatique. Putain. Ah ouais, il a l'air violent lui. Ah ouais d'accord. Non, il va se faire avoiner la gueule, là. Et bim!
You search the buildings and discover a supplies store still intact.
Parfait. Quel con.
You finally find what must have been the grove from the map, although there is little left but some stones and dirt here. And yet, among the rubble stands a single tree, still green and thriving despite it all. When you approach, the tree opens its eyes and stares at you.
Have you found my bastardly sibling yet? I see no remains on you. Come back when you've done what I asked.
The tree falls back into slumber. You finally find what must have been the grove from... The tree blinks at you several times before moving its branches around, as if it was shifting in its place. Slowly, it begins talking.
What is this elf thing you speak of? And how long is long ago? An eon? 2? I see. The children of Thea, you mean. Pretty young things, to be sure. In the old days, there used to be many in my grove.
The tree looks around, as if for the first time, and you see its face twisting and its eye...
Oh, right. My apologies. Yes, that wretched cold night. It was rather unpleasant. Still, it was not it. It was a brother of mine. He took my herd. I tell you what, I will tell you. You fleshy creatures oft call us Lishi, demons you say we are. And in all fairness, that description is wise. We are guardians of the forest, sons of the Silver Mother, and shepherds. My brother is thus, like me, a Lishi, but he is also a thieving wretch. He stole my flock from under me. Mad I am, he said. Mad and corrupted by the dark. Bah! Only because I did not think as he did. I did not seek to kill the so-called creatures of the dark. Ah, no matter. I have what you seek right here.
The tree crackles, the earth beneath it shakes a bit, and from the roots it brings out an elf. The elf is covered in soil and motionless, but he still breathes.
This young man refused my pleas also, but we seem to have reached an impasse. He will not die, and yet I am not inclined to let him go. But if you do the deed, I shall free him.
You step away from the tree, and for a time you think it is going to attack you. But instead, it falls into its slumber, as if nothing happened at all. You can come back with reinforcements or speak to it again later.
On va tenter un truc. Je me demande s'il est vieux là, il pourrait pas m'aider avec cet arbre à la con.
You enter the ruins of an old town. The Zirdi do not turn to you, but one speaks.
Grandchildren have come. Our help they seek, but are they too weak?
Another speaks up.
They come for aid, but rules have to be laid.
Non. On ne peut pas voir ça avec lui.
You arrive at a tall stone-built tower, an art. You walk into the lower floors of the tower. The room is dark and dingy. The walls are filled with bookshelves, barely holding under the weight of the thousands of works that you think must be housed here. There is a desk and some chairs, and the old man sits behind it.
Come in. Sit and let us talk. I am Professor Anthony Hufka, formerly of the Grand University. Ah, the Elven Scroll. Have you found the Guardian yet? He went to that Grove place, but I've never been able to find out what happened to him. His pesky student ran off with the scroll before I could write down the directions. And I don't like leaving this tower anyway. Ah, youth. Very well. In short, magic stifles progress. For humanity to achieve an age of reason and civilization, we must be rid of it once and for all. This is why we try to burn the blasted tree, and this is why you should finish the job for us. Yes, precisely. So just finish what the elf will ask you to do, but find a way to burn the tree for good. Yes, many creatures of magic will perish, but mankind will flourish.
You find yourself standing in an empty field. No tower, no man, nothing.
Mais c'est la merde!
You stumble across some ruins of an old... You search the buildings and discover a supplies store still intact. You go down to the fields to check if any crops survived this night, and you discover a large molehill on your way. A peculiar-looking mole carrying a small shovel pops up from the hill and exclaims, "Ahoy!" It seems really happy about something. You know a thing or two about moles, and you know this one is more likely a Kurtachek, a friendly type of field demon. The Kurtachek seems to be staring intensely at your clothes, then looking down at itself, very sad. You seem to remember these spirits have a thing about clothes. The Kurtachek takes the offering and claps its little paws in joy, exclaiming once more, "Ahoy!" It then disappears into the molehill and returns briefly to give you a bundle with presents.
Putain, cette armure était bien.
You finally find what must have been the grove from the map.
Oh, how splendid. Are you going to kill my brother then? Or do you wish to share the elf's fate? Though I warn you, you may not take to living under my roots as well as he. How splendid. I have cast a spell upon you that will guide you to the traitor's hideout. Do watch yourselves. He is likely to have many allies.
Ah, c'est pas la porte à côté ton frangin, mon gars. Hein. Alors si je peux rien construire avec mes merdes là parce que... Bon ils sont mignons là les bestiaux hein mais... Oh attendez, est-ce que je peux pas utiliser ça pour faire... Sérieux? Putain. Fais chier. Ah mais non, je suis sûr que je peux faire mieux avec ce truc là. C'est pas ça. Ah bah putain. On va pas s'ennuyer. Qu'est-ce que tu peux faire contre mon puissant l'autre du cul? Ah ouais d'accord. Allez, on l'embrouille. On lâche tout le monde. On protège nos alliés. Bon, techniquement, ça va faire mal. Squelette de merde. Ça c'est bien. Alors ça par contre on peut les démolir du coup. Il y a de la ficelle nulle part. On va monter une expédition. Ah, je suis désolé, mais je suis à fond dans le jeu, quoi. On va prendre un soigneur. Une érudit. Et du warrior. Ah, toi, t'es littéralement à poil. Tu fais chier. Ah, il serait peut-être temps de faire tes gosses, les gens, hein. Ah, putain. Tout le monde va bien. Allez, niquer ces squelettes de merde. Voilà, un squelette de moins. Nice. Bon, on va monter le temps pour qu'ils puissent se reposer, hein, les pauvres petits. Elle n'est pas encore optimale. Ah, le village va se faire attaquer. Ou peut-être pas, allez savoir.
You find the remains of an old town, built in solid stone, with a large central building that even in its crumbled and rotting state looks very impressive. Like many such places, you feel the cold draft of the ever-present dark mist, lurking in every corner. You see a faint light coming from one of the towers in the central building, and you know this is where you must go. You enter the old building. and soon realize it must have been a place of great knowledge, as even in the entrance hall there are vast shelves with remnants of books on them. Indeed, as you go in deeper, you find a rusted shield with the words, "The pen is mightier than the sword, and the sword of knowledge defeats any foe." Before you make another step, you are met by a hooded stranger. "Welcome to the Grand University of Cracovia. How may I be of assistance?" he chimes, as if nothing was awry in the world. "Ah, yes. You must be referring to Professor Common from the Human Advances Department. He's been listed as being on a sabbatical in an old tower for almost a century now. Or perhaps you speak of his esteemed colleague, Professor Hufker? He too likes towers, although he has been reprimanded for using illegal magic, you know. You may want to go up and speak to the board if your interest lies in..." "Excellent. You must be from another foreign delegation then. I've been told there might be latecomers. The board meeting is on the 3rd floor, in the Thorn Rose room." You go upstairs and find many more empty, eerie rooms, filled with rotten bookshelves and destroyed books, laboratories with smashed equipment, and lecture rooms with decaying tables and the stench of death. But as you enter one such lecture room, you see that at the center, by a large round table, sit 6 people dressed in academic gowns. One of the figures at the table turns to you, and for a second you see only a skull. But then you blink, and an old man's face stares at you. "Have you come seeking knowledge, child, or is it blood you desire? One you may find aplenty in these halls, the other, not so much." "Yes, caution is wise, especially now. So how did you find this place? We were cursed long ago, never to be found by a living soul, and I dare say you look alive." "Ah, so they are finally strong enough to try and regain their powers, and so they send you to seek answers." "In short, we were the ones who took the power of the Pantheon to ensure our colleagues could burn the cosmic tree without interference." It was not easy, nor done without the aid of powerful and evil magic, but it was done. Each god, you see, had their own duty, their domain, and it was both their strength and their weakness. By hitting them all at once, we also didn't give them a chance to aid each other as they normally would. Well, that's a funny story in itself, I suppose. We were tricked by the Human Advancement Department. We were presented with false data to suggest that the gods were about to destroy all life, that they'd grown arrogant and wanted to wipe Thea of humans to create a new, more obedient kind. Anyway, it was all a lie, and those who knew the real reason are no longer with us. Well, we never actually had anything to do with the pillars and the cosmic tree. That was the Human Advancement Department's work. We just had to take care of the gods, but yeah, with the benefit of hindsight, it now seems like a rubbish idea. Our plans were cosmically big, as it were, and so we needed help that a few would be willing to give and even less capable enough to provide. A mage arrived on our doorstep, offering all the right answers. Even after we figured he was the famed Dark Lord, banished ages ago in the Great War of the Eye in the Westerlands, we still couldn't say no. It was him or nothing. Oh, don't get me wrong. We knew we were working with evil, but the pursuit of knowledge, of understanding, the very notion we could defy the gods, it was glorious. I think the Dark Lord didn't even break a sweat convincing us. There were suspicions. Some gods even took notice, but the Dark One was clever and diverted their gaze every time, building a fake army in his old stronghold and sending out omens of his return worldwide. This was step 1 of our plan. This was how we would trap the supreme gods. Yes, like Perun and Mokosh in the Easterlands, every land in Thea had their own. They needed to be broken first, else their power would protect the others. Mokosh we could not lure away. She is wise and careful. But Perun, well, let's just say he was keen to go into battle. Very keen. Zoria is nothing if she is not honorable and valiant. The world-devouring beast Simargl could not be held at bay by any other in the Pantheon. When Perun was called away to fight the Dark Lord, he commanded his son, Svarog, to bring his hammer down on the looming darkness. Zoria, as the dutiful daughter that she remains, was charged with holding the divine throne while the battle took place. We used that distraction to break the beast Simagol's chain, and in truth, even we did not fully comprehend what we unleashed. In short, yes, the huntress scoured the skies and found Simagol, still held by her stellar restraints. They fought, stars fell and the night sky trembled. The beast managed to steal much of the goddess's power, but Zoria was victorious. Alas, before she could shackle Simagol once more, the cosmic tree was burned, and instead of staying safe with the stars, she chose to fall down to Thea and guard her people. Simagol destroyed much of Thea during the first. You need to find and shackle the beast, of course. Go to the place where we've trapped an ancient oracle. She will give you the answers you seek. Before I tell you, we must ask a favor. We have been cursed to stay here, neither alive nor dead, for eternity, as punishment for our actions. A sentence we accepted with grace and understanding. It is not often you get to destroy the world and nearly kill off gods. However, we wish to be freed now. Because you need our help. Because you're merciful. Because you believe we paid enough. I could show you several papers we wrote about this subject. In any case, choose your reason. Yes, many of us share your enthusiasm for the punishment. We are tormented by our faults, believe me. But to be stuck like this forever. If you kill us, we will only suffer the pain of death. But eventually we will return, marked by another scar. But if you use your connection to the gods to break our curse, perhaps we can be released. The old man nods, his face twisted in a mixture of fear and sadness. I have imprinted the location you seek in your minds. You will find it whenever you seek it.
Putain, ça va être ardu. Oh non, on va pas y arriver. On va se faire tellement défoncer. Oh non, on tiendra jamais.
You take your time to meditate and find your inner peace. In this place of sorrow and darkness, you seek a link to your gods by opening up your hearts and souls. But this place has been stained with too much darkness and evil, and your connection to the gods is too weak to aid the scholars. The professors only nod in thanks and return to their table, debating a theory of why you failed. They do not respond to any hails, and so you are left with no recourse but to leave the place. As you do, you feel the great disappointment of your gods weighing down upon your shoulders, but at least you know where to go and seek more knowledge next. You find the place imprinted in your minds by the professors. It is an old tower that seems to reach the very skies. Its surface is pure ivory, yet strangely shimmering as the sun rays. As you move closer, you see a balcony that looks unsettlingly like a large skeletal hand, and in its palm there stands a tall, hooded man, while a young girl cowers behind him. The man speaks in a clattering, hard voice.
Halt! Who goes? Seekers of knowledge, you say? And what makes you think you have the right to seek the oracle's wisdom, children? What answers do you seek? And perhaps more to the point, why should we give you any? The Grand University. I should have known they will try to meddle again. Death was not enough for those homicidal traitors. So what did they want you to find out this time? How to drain all water from our soil? Or perhaps they've decided that air is really not necessary for human life. My apologies. They have wronged this young girl beyond reason, and the very mention of their existence still pains me. These so-called scholars took it upon themselves to judge what means justify the end. They knew they could never achieve their goals without magic, the hypocrites. And so they discovered Ileana as a mere child. She had an amazing gift of premonition, but more than that, she was also pure-hearted and devout to the Pantheon. As such, her link to the gods was almost direct. In fact, it is said that her father may be Perun himself, something about his lightning striking Ileana's mother at night. Anyway, the scholars took her, imprisoned her, and drained her power to the very limits. And worse yet, indeed, this is why I have taken stewardship of her, so that in time, perhaps she may regain enough strength to live on her own. And if not, I can at least try to shield her from those who would misuse her power. Let us move on. What do you seek? Ileana holds answers to many questions, yes, but are you worthy of receiving them? And more importantly, are you willing to face your fate in order to learn your... I sense your connection to your gods and their blessing fresh upon your souls. Thus, I judge you worthy of the attempt. However, the oracle can only guide you to find answers. You may need to face trials to receive what you seek, and these may prove difficult, if not lethal. You say you seek answers to restore the power taken from your gods. The tests will likely take the form of what you seek. Thus, you may face a shadow of the deity you serve, or perhaps even a true avatar. But whether it is combat they will seek, I do...
The girl, who stood silent and motionless throughout your encounter, steps out from behind her protector and spreads her arms out. The tower opens up before you, revealing a dark chamber inside. The oracle silently gestures for you to enter. As you approach, you have a strange sensation, as if... You enter the tower and find yourselves floating in a strange, vast space filled with stars. There is an overwhelming silence and peace until a beast, woven from pure starlight, appears before you and begins to charge. A figure, no, two figures, stand in its way just as it was about to devour you, and you know that you now stand before Zoria. Your goddess stands ready for battle, holding her axe in one hand and a set of stellar chains in another, as if ready to chain you up.
Dans tous les cas, on va en chier, alors... Oh merde. Oh, elle t'a battu 48. On va jamais tenir. On va jamais y arriver. Oh là là, mais c'est one shot. Putain, mais regardez-moi ça à la fin. Allez.
You failed your challenge. You feel a gust of cold air.
Oh ouais, non, ils ont vraiment besoin de se reposer. Ils sont totalement morts, quoi. Et en plus, il y a une armée de saloperies qui est réunie autour de mon village. C'est merveilleux. Ah, ils sont tous regainqués. Bon, ils se sont fait humilier, hein, clairement. Des sangliers de merde! Voilà, ça c'est plutôt bien passé pour mon village. Ah, t'as peur de rien, toi, hein? Oh, le squelette il va tellement se faire défoncer la gueule. Par contre, fait chier, j'ai pas eu ce qu'il me fallait. Et j'ai toujours pas de ficelle pour faire cette putain de fontaine. Ces bestioles sont foutrement courageuses d'attaquer mon village. Ah oui, d'accord. Ça va, vous sentez pas un peu minable? Bim. Bim. Voilà. Au revoir. Et ça me rapporte de la merde. Par contre, ce groupe là, il me tracasse. Hein. Je vais le faire pulvériser. Donc, un soigneur. Un wielder. Et que tu warrior. Prends ça, t'as l'air moins con. Ils mettent en péril mon village. Je n'ai même pas un truc comme ça.
The skies darken, and a sudden heavy hailstorm descends upon your village. The hailstorm is really bad. Some people are getting injured bad. The hail is so large and dense that it breaks through your granary's roof.
Ça va, je vais laisser tes warriors. Donc ça devrait bien se passer quand même. Ça devrait bien se passer normalement.
You managed to patch up the roof in time so that very little food was damaged and your people only got minor injuries.
Putain, quel con. Ah non, ça va, je l'ai pas démoli. Wow. Pas mal.
You enter what used to be some old city. You search the city and discover most of it looted or decayed. But you find a body of some unfortunate soul with their full equipment still on.
Sympathique. Explosons ces saloperies. Ouais, mais non là. Ouais, là c'est mieux. Là, vraiment, je vois pas comment cette saloperie va s'en tirer, quoi. Putain, mais j'ai pas trouvé un stand de ficelle, quoi. Putain, mais c'est affreux, ça. Ah, merde.
Once more, you witness a green grove, thriving despite any logic. It is small, barely more than a garden, but this one is full of life and beauty. There are fruit trees blooming with pink flowers. There is a sweet smell of tree sap in the air and a hum of bees working hard. The largest tree stands in the center and spreads its branches in a welcoming gesture to
Welcome, friends. I see a frown upon your foreheads and a burden on your hearts. I smell the dark stench of my poor brother smeared all over you. What has he devised now? Did he ask for the lifeless carcasses of me and my flock so that he may regrow his twisted grove? That wretched traitor. Our mother tree was brutally butchered. He holds the key to her salvation, and yet he withholds it from those who can help. Bah! His madness has gone beyond my mercy. Alas, he is a strong demon. Old. Older than you can imagine, fleshling. So I propose a ruse. It is these 3 silver shards that he truly covets. Take some wood. Well, I will not lie. Convincing him will not be an easy task. The only guarantee you have is to kill me and my kin. You are welcome to try, but I warn you I will not forfeit my flock, not even for the mother tree. The mother tree? Well, she's the mother tree. I must confess I know very little. I was a mere sapling before she fell, and then I grew only after my brother went mad. But the mother tree is our mother, all of us. Mokosh, that is a daughter of mother tree. Well, a daughter, or another face, or an avatar. Many different names are given to those who serve the Earth Mother. Like I said, I know very little. I'm shamed. Oh, I never thought about it that way. You are wise for a tiny fleshling, thank you. Now what? Good. I had a feeling your hearts are in the right place. Here, have the shards and the wood. And since you chose not to kill us, I will use what little power I have to...
Ouais, non, on va pas tuer ce pauvre arbre, c'est dégueulasse.
Thea is not an easy place to grow up in, but alas, grow up we must.
Alors je peux en
One of your
faire
children
soit
has matured into a young adult and is ready to join your village
un
and rebuild Thea.
bâtisseur, un guerrier. Ok, j'ai quoi dans mon village? Ta, ta, ta. Ça manque de guerriers ce village.
Becoming an adult is an important rite of passage. The whole village celebrates. Before you is a group of black wolves attacking something. As you look closer, you realize there are 2 packs, one attacking a small baby and one fighting not far with something else. You see that the child is clearly protected by some magic, as the wolves seem unable to get to it. However, you're not certain how long this shield will last. You also see that the other group is fighting with a single black cat that is putting up a good fight, but clearly losing its strength now.
Ah, je suis perplexe. Honnêtement, j'aurais laissé crever le gamin si le chat, il avait que le chat en question, mais le gosse a l'air d'être puissant, vous voyez. Mais vous allez voir, c'est le chat qui le protège. J'ai été con. J'aurais dû prendre le chat. Les gens qui me parlent que je suis en stream, quoi. On s'en fout. Oh, bien joué. Oh putain, qu'il a bien joué. Ça c'est bien fait pour sa gueule.
You have protected the child first, and you killed all the wolves. You have protected the child first. The cat nearly died, but you managed to save it too. The cat's eyes shine gold, and you could swear it smiles at you.
Ah cool.
You feel a blessing upon you, and you're pretty sure this must be a Dola, a protective demon spirit.
Nice, j'ai chopé le gosse. Et l'esprit est content de moi. Par contre, un de mes héros a pris Bagdad. Ah, ça va, heureusement. Le
Thea
lien.
is not an easy place to grow up in, but alas, grow up we must. One of your children has matured into a young adult and is ready to join your village and rebuild Thea.
Allez, je vais encore regagner encore un coup mon armée.
Becoming an adult is an important rite of passage. The whole village celebrates this joyous occasion. The youngster places a food offering at the altars of their gods, in thanks and in hopes for a good future.
Ah, c'est bien, on va pouvoir commencer à financer des expéditions pas dégueulasses. Ah, et en plus, il est dans mon expédition. Ah, encore un petit jour de repos. Ah, ces saloperies font sur mon village. Bon, il est équipé comme un vrai guerrier. Ah, par contre, j'ai pas d'arme à lui donner. Un peu con, ça. Seize individus dans le village. C'est pas trop dégueulasse. Merde. Par contre, vous êtes sérieux, quoi. Pas de ficelle ou de ce soit, quoi. Et la misère. Putain. Alors donc, soigneur. Bricolo. Guerrier. 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 Et guerrier. Sérieux. Mais tu n'as pas d'arme, tu n'as rien sur toi. C'est ridicule. Eh bah putain, on va pas aller loin, un truc de là. Hein. J'ai vraiment un mal monstre. Est-ce que je viens de faire ce que je crois? Soigneur. Connaisseur. Et des guerriers, je disais donc. De la bouffe, vous allez en avoir à vous en faire péter le bide. Ça, c'est moi qui vous le dis. Pareil pour le bois. Ouais, peut-être que c'était un peu exagéré tout ça. Voilà. Attendez. Ah, pas mal de construire ce bâtiment maintenant. Toujours pas. Putain.
You finally find what.
Have you found my bastardly sibling yet? I see no remains on you. Come back when you've done what I asked. But
Serais-je parti sans prendre le matos qu'il fallait? Ah, j'ai peut-être fait de la merde. Ah, d'accord. On peut même pas réfléchir 2 secondes. Ok. Ah bah voilà, c'était de toute manière décidé comme ça. Donc, soigneur. Bricolo. Guerrier, guerrier, guerrier et guerrier. Ah super, il faut tout refaire. Bon, on avait dit pour elle une hache et un bouclier. Non, on lui avait mis une armure à elle. Ça ressemble un peu à quelque chose. Suivant. Ah, et toi, on t'avait mis ça dans les pattes parce que tu sais pas manier autre chose. Alors il nous faut ça. Il nous faut de la bouffe. Il nous faut du bois. Mais je pense que je fais une couille faramineuse. Ah c'est ça, c'est bien ce qui me semblait. Oh, vous savez quoi, on va quand même essayer de lui niquer sa race à cet arbre de merde.
You finally find what must have been the grove from the map. The Lishi looks over the remains. He takes the shards and nods, but then examines the wood for a while.
These are the remains of my brother, you say? They look, well, ordinary.
C'est un combat social. Techniquement, j'ai un avantage sur ce connard. Ouais, on va se calmer. Oh putain. Ah ouais, non, je suis mort. Ouais, non, je suis mort en social.
You are defeated, and you feel some awful poison seeping into your bodies. But, just as the enraged Lishi was about to strike a final blow, he stops, freezes, looks at you with utter confusion.
Oh, brother, you sneaky thing.
Then he turns into black ash before your very eyes. A small pine cornet, a forest demon in the shape of a pine cone, remains behind.
Well, his brother hoped this would not be necessary, but we could not let the mad tree stand in the way of reviving the mother tree, even if all our life force were needed for this. Good luck to you humans!
The pine cornet coughs a few times in a rather theatrical manner, then it collapses on the ground and also... The elf opens his eyes and speaks, but in a whisper, yet his words are very clear. I have little time. The Lishi is vengeful. He poisoned me to ensure I perish if he is killed, but that is of no importance. The creature was sick, and perhaps it is best you freed Thea of him. Now, I know you seek answers to my quest. I assume you have discovered my notes, for if you found my The elf only nods. Such is fate. Perhaps it is punishment for our failure as guardians of the cosmic tree. I see the world is still corrupted, yet the sun has returned. This can mean only one thing. A seed of the tree yet lives. Right. How much do you know of what happened? We do not have so much time that I may tell you all, but I shall try my best. The cosmic tree was one of 7 pillars of the world. Others exist, or perhaps existed, in different distant parts of Thea, each with their own story. Our tree, however, is what concerns us. The cosmic tree held the balance of 3 spheres, what you call the divine, where your gods dwell, the earth, where mortals reign, and the underworlds, the domain of the dead. When the cosmic tree burned, so did the gates between our worlds. Gods fell from their thrones. I know not the answer, but I will tell you what I think. There was a time we called the Age of Man, a time of great human queens and kings and victories over evil. We, the elves, decided to sail away to our own lands, far into the west, leaving only a few to safeguard the pillars of the world. But man grew greedy and jealous. In the Westerlands, non-humans were hunted and killed, and kings and queens we once called noble became obsessed with power. They looted dwarven strongholds, enslaved half-men for their labor, and slaughtered elfkin for our knowledge. I believe that in their greed... Interesting. And why on Thea would they do this? The elf frowns. Rid Thea of magic. Preposterous. Do you realize how many lives will perish? Do you not have non-human friends? Do you not use magic? Have you never asked a friendly demon for aid? All of it, all will be gone. A memory. Myth. Of course I am. Well, at least I am correct at my estimations of the death and destruction that will come of this plan. Now, where were we? Your gods, yes. They too were designated guardians, and it was their duty to protect the balance. So, I admit, I am amiss to what has happened. The laws by which we live prohibit the gods to act directly, so perhaps things transpired too quickly, and the Westerlanders do not worship your gods. Thus perhaps this lessened their power more? An interesting question. For one, even I do not know where or what all of the pillars are. Each land has their own, you see. But the cosmic tree was the foundation of all. If it can be rebuilt, Thea will find a way to restore the rest. Of course, if you find yourselves able to discover other pillars or alternate routes, whatever you may choose to do, I will tell you what needs doing, as I am too weak to do it myself. What you decide is up to you. The fact that magic still lingers and the sun has returned means a seed of the cosmic tree has survived the burning. Its fledgling power restored the light to us, but it is too weak to thrive on its own. We must find it. No, of course not. Else enemies of the light may find it and finish what they started. For you see, if this seed burns, their job will be complete. In many ways, Thea will be no more. I do not know. I've been locked under a tree for a century, but I know how to find it. You must gather some cosmic tree shards, pieces of the tree that still linger in our world. Once you have those, bring them to me and I will tell you. In time, perhaps, but I am still too weak, and I fear waiting for my recovery may take too long. You have come this far. I trust that you will choose the right path. I will find a place of power and meditate there until you come back. I have marked you so you will feel your way back to me. Now for the cosmic tree.
Oh putain, elle est pas loin, l'herboriste. Je suis pas en hyper lente forme. Enfin. Il est pas là pour déconner. Elle n'est pas là pour déconner.
You find the solitary hut of the herbalist. It is a small...
Yes, indeed I can, but I haven't survived as long as I have by running a charity. If you wish to be healed, you will do me I will cleanse your blood from the venom that infects it. But I need a favour. You see, I play this game with my friend. It is a tactical game. We both have an army made of wooden models, and we built this mock-up map. And, well, our armies fight against each other. But you see, I had a bit too much herbal medicine and cannot think straight. I will get myself sober and you play the game. If you win, I'll give you the cure. If...
Putain, vieille salope. Ah d'accord, elle est pas là pour déconner elle. Oh, c'est mort.
Well, you tried, I give you that. But alas, as I said, I am no charity, and there are always customers. So, next, please.
You find the solitary hut of the herbalist.
Yes, indeed I can, but I haven't survived as long as I have by running a charity. If you wish to be healed, you will do... You know what? I need someone to dig in my garden. It isn't an easy task. I have some damned lie-ho living there, making...
Ah, là, c'est déjà plus dans ma catégorie, on va dire. Ah, là, ça vient se passer, là. La violence et la brutalité, ça marche toujours.
Well done. You did your part, so I will do mine. Here, take this. Drink it whole and try not to gag. Now, time for me to get back to work. Come back if you ever need help again.
Ah, de la ficelle. Putain, il y a encore beaucoup de chiasses à faire. Et je suppose que je ne peux toujours pas construire ce que j'ai envie. Ah ouais, il me manque tellement de ficelles. Quoi? Retourne bosser, papy. Ce sera plus facile à mettre ça, mon grand. Bon, on va monter une nouvelle expédition à tous les qu'on fasse. Donc, une guérisseuse, c'est vital. Ça, c'est vital. Et après, Tutu Warrior. Par contre, j'ai plus de gosses. Ça nique pas, c'est dans les chaumières. Ah mais non. Putain, c'est la dernière fois que j'essaie de faire un défi tactique. Elle m'a plus mis dans la merde qu'autre chose, quoi. Eh ben putain. Alors, ça se passe comment là? Parce que... Ça va, ils vont s'en remettre. Ils doivent juste se reposer, quoi. Tout le monde est quasiment full.
As you look around and admire the world, you see something of interest in the distance. You spot the outlines of some old graveyard ahead. Perhaps there is something of interest there.
Ah, bon à savoir. On va faire une petite sauvegarde des familles parce que... On va tenter de se faire le truc des morts vivants là. Ah ouais, d'accord. Ah, ça va faire mal, toutes ces chauves-souris de merde. Merde. Et ça c'est les petites, on s'en fout mais royalement. Les petites en fait c'est surtout leur nom, le cauchemar. Ok, si ça t'éclate saloperie. Attends BNDB. Oh putain elle va prendre cher là cette saloperie. Voilà bim. Ah ouais c'est pas dégueulasse.
Wounds don't always have a chance to
Oh!
heal, and so death can claim its prize.
Ah putain c'est pas vrai. C'était quoi ça? C'était la soigneuse. Oui, je triche.
you enter the ruins of an old city, steeped in a low-hanging mist and a strong smell of decay. Elven magic guides you towards an unassuming rubble of stones, but as you look closer, you see trapdoors leading underground. There is a long, dark tunnel filled with cobwebs and dust. The air is dry and heavy. Finally, you come into an imposing underground chamber, and in the distance, you see a one-eyed dragon. The beast seems almost like a statue, although you see faint signs of breathing. On a pedestal behind the creature, you see 5 silver pieces of tree bark. These, as you stand there, about to start talking, the dragon wakes and speaks. Come in, come in. I am ever so bored. We must converse. Such well-mannered humans, how wonderful. Well, as I said, I am rather bored. You see, I am bound to remain here by a pesky spell until these here cosmic tree shards are picked up by the rather rude mage. Only you see... Oh, how very nice of you to think of me. It would be a splendid idea, only I really cannot, on account of the spell and all. An interesting conundrum. I am honor-bound. Yes, well, of course the spell itself is too weak to hold me, but, well, he made me promise, and I can't very well go and break promises now, can I?
Oh putain. Un combat social. Non mais c'est bon, c'est mort.
You do make an excellent point, but I am skeptical. I feel my honor binds me until I know for sure. Now, I would not like to have to breathe fire down that tunnel of yours. So, may I make a polite request for you to vacate these premises? And thank you ever so much for the chat.
Ah ah. Oh putain, ça va pas être évident. Non, on se bat, les tactiques c'est de la merde. Bonjour. Ah putain, dommage. Putain. Et mes héros sont pas reposés pour 2 pets de lapin. Oh ça va, ça a l'air tout gentil en fait. Attends. Ah tu l'as joué comme ça mon salaud. Bim. Bim. Allez, on va de guérison.
A small group of refugees is seen travelling near your village. The people look scared and worn out, but they do have some decent-looking fighters with them. An older man walks up to you to speak.
We are not looking for trouble, nor do we seek anything from your village. We would have chosen a path more remote, but this one seemed easier for us to travel. Well, we tried to fight, but failed, and truth be told, we stayed put for too long. But you know what? These brutes, they killed a bunch of our people and took much of our goods. So if you want to try and beat them, be our guests. We had a sizable lumber mill and a small quarry, so not only will you avenge our people, you'll be well rewarded, you know. Our pleasure. The road will be lighter knowing that revenge may be at hand.
Ah putain.
Well, I seek to find my roots and return to a homeland long forgotten. But I cannot speak for all my people. Speak to them if they want. I will not stand in their way.
Ah putain, si j'arrive à les convaincre. Si j'arrive à les convaincre, c'est la fête du slip. Oh, ils vont bouffer chaud eux. Ça va être en date.
Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Ouais, il y a le combat de social, on va recruter tous ces pouilleux. Ah, salut Ariel, comment ça va? Bah écoute, je me suis
At first, people
super pris
shake
dans le
their
jeu.
heads and murmur. Most turn away from you and start preparing for the road, but one mother comes up with her
Et
twins.
toi, comment va? Ça a été
I
le
will
film?
not stay. I must go where my forefathers take me. But my children are too small to survive the road and its perils. Please, take them in.
Ah, bah nickel! Non, mais tu peux rester, Ariel, de toute façon, on va finir dans 9 minutes le stream. Ah, ok, bah écoute, bon appétit, mon grand. Ah, bah bien sûr que je prends les
You
gosses.
spoke well, and we thank you for your kind offer. But our forefathers call to us,
Ah
and we must
ouais,
answer.
là par contre c'est
Good
bien.
fortune to you.
Parce que j'ai chopé de l'arc, des armes, de la bouffe, du bois, 3 gamins que je vais pouvoir élever comme tes guerriers. Et ça. Et quoi ça? Oh, pas mal. Allez, bienvenue dans la famille. Mikasa Tsukasa. J'ai pas sauvegardé, j'ai failli le payer très cher. Par contre, il y a un gros putain de rassemblement de monstres, je sais pas pourquoi. Ah mais ça c'est très très bon pour moi ça. Parce que... Oh putain. Allez gosses, ça va tellement faire du bien. Ah super, j'ai une combinaison de merde. Oh mais comment tuer celui-là? Allez, ouais, ça l'a pas tué, sérieux? Ah je peux plus jouer de cartes, c'est ça le truc. Alors lui je l'embrouille. Je protège mon allié. Ce sera déjà pas mal, hein, parce que je vais pas envoyer mamie combattre. Ah, il y a moyen de faire mal là. Ah oui, là on va leur faire mal. Ok, ils ont même pas pété l'armure, très bien. bah on va tout leur dégueuler, hein. Même pas un blessé, quoi. Ah, par contre, putain, ils étaient vénères. L'armée de bestiaux, quoi. Comment protéger ces caries? Ah, il m'a fait un dégât. Bon. Moi, je vais lui en faire 48 dans sa gueule. Alors, il y en a d'autres qui veulent jouer au con? C'est comment encore pouvoir poursuivre dans mes quêtes? Je voudrais juste revoir mes quêtes un coup. Ah, voilà. Utiliser le portrait. Putain, je suis loin d'avoir quoi que ce soit, quoi. Ah, il a ma map gigantesque. Bon, par contre, les amis, on va s'arrêter là pour aujourd'hui. Hein. Ça fait quand même très longtemps qu'on stream ce jeu. Alors écoutez, bah, comme d'habitude, merci à tous ceux qui ont participé. Regardez, ça m'a fait très plaisir. N'hésitez pas à follow la chaîne sur les réseaux sociaux si ça vous intéresse, si ça vous plaît, bien évidemment. Oui, j'ai beaucoup forché sur cette phrase. Et moi, je vous dis donc à demain sur Entrée de Live avec un autre jeu qui sera sans doute de l'Overwatch et peut-être du Borderlands 2.